How's everybody doing this morning? All right, we have got an awesome action-packed weekend of racing for you today. We are so excited to have you join us. We've got some exciting qualifier rounds going on this morning and afternoon, followed by the ever-exciting eliminations tomorrow. But to welcome you and begin this morning's activities, we have a special guest. Wicked Racing's navigator, Sammy's very own daughter, McKenna, would like to lead us in a prayer. So if you would please bow your heads with us. Here is McKenna to introduce our festivities.
Our dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the gift of this day. I pray that you will bless the driver's hands and minds, keeping them and their navigators safe. God, I pray that you keep the island hoppers and officials safe, alert, and having fun. Thank you for hearing my prayer. We say this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much, McKenna. McKenna, ladies and gentlemen, of Wicked Racing. And please continue to stand with us and put your attention towards the flags. We'd like to go ahead and recognize the birthplace of sprint boat racing. Please rise for the New Zealand National Anthem. And now if you'd like to direct your attention towards the track, Extreme Sports Park is proud to welcome Port Angeles' very own Jessie Lee, presenting the Canadian and American national anthems.
Thank you. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Whoa, say does that star-spangled world banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Jesse Lee, race fans. Thank you so much, Jesse. All right, folks, we are so excited to get rolling this morning. Before we get started, just a couple of quick thank yous we want to shout out there. First of all, Extreme Sports Park would like to thank the many countless volunteers that have come together to make this event possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. So take a moment when you see someone in a staff shirt and say thanks for all their help. Also, another sponsor we want to thank, Morrison Excavating, a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park. They also built this track that's being raced on today. Morrison Excavating, a proud sponsor of both the park and Wicked Racing. And when we talk about Morrison Excavating, got a special announcement to let you all know about. As you may recognize the name, Dan Morrison is the driver of Wicked Racing. We're going to be telling you throughout this morning about his retirement. And we'll have an announcement for you on that in just a couple of moments here. Looks like they're already rolling them out. All right, we're going to rolling right into the modified class to start things off this morning. Coming out first, it's going to be Frank and Kelly Toftemark in checkmate. As we get things underway here in Port Angeles, green flag is up, and we are underway. All right, and this morning's action starts off with a clean run. That's checkmate, Frank and Kelly Toftemark. Official time on that, 55.834. If you would like to follow along with today's rotation, you are certainly welcome to do so. We will be following rotation 1. If you want to take a look at that track rotation in your program, or if you've got a second rotation or a separate rotation sheet with you. And if you're following with us along on our Facebook and YouTube channels, you can check out our track on our Facebook page or at asbracing.com. So follow along with that rotation. Again, rotation number 1 is the rotation we're following for this morning's action. For those of you that may be joining us for the first time for sprint boat racing, special thing about this sport is these folks do not know about these rotations until the night before the race, and they don't get to practice at all until right now in these qualifying rounds. So this is the first time this year that these racers and navigators are going through this rotation. If they take one wrong turn, it results in what's called a DNF, a did not finish. So the goal this morning, get that rotation down clean and then work on getting those times better and better. Here is Bad Hat. And Bad Idea starts off their weekend with a clean run as well. .632 2-year official time there for driver Eric Petring and his navigator Scarlett Taylor. And folks, you see the people out in the green out there, those are our island hoppers. They're just checking over the track, making sure there aren't any objects in the water over there. These guys stay hard at work the whole day, keeping our drivers and navigators safe, and also keep an eye on them, folks. They like to provide you with some entertainment as well, and don't be surprised they might toss a couple of prizes into the crowd here and there. Also, just a reminder, outside alcohol is not allowed within the Sprint Boat event fenced area. We ask that you do not bring alcohol in or bring it out. We have folks here to help maintain and enforce these rules. We are now selling alcohol throughout the park for your convenience, but we still have 2 designated areas for drinking in the beer garden area if that is what you choose. We ask that you please be mindful of others as we implement these new additions to the park. We will have 3 classes of boats racing in this weekend's event. Starting off this morning, of course, is the modified class. Then we're going to kick things up a bit with the 400s, followed by the unlimiteds. Looking at least 4 qualifiers today, time permitting. And now here comes the 154 boat. This is Purcell Racing's Jeff Purcell and Margaret Purcell, the brother-sister team. Green flag is up. And the first round of qualifiers continues this morning here at Extreme Sports Park. All right, unfortunately, our first DNF right there. So our first DNF there, and again, if you're following along with the rotation, if you're kind of tracing with your fingers there to tell you what happened, they were coming out there, the track rotation, you see if you're following with your finger along there, 1, 7, 8, 9, 11. So again, instead of continuing through down to 9, they turned into the 12, so that's an example of a DNF right there. But again, first round of the morning, everybody's just working out the kinks. This morning's all about just learning this rotation, getting that clean run in, and they're going to have at least more chances to do so today. So plenty of time left for Purcell Racing. Full tilt coming out now. The 03 boat, Selden Glebe, your driver. And Logan Harden of Port Townsend, his navigator. Full tilt rocking a brand new boat this year. Selden was talking to me at the Show and Shine last night. He's really excited to open it up this year. Again, a new boat. They've been kind of figuring out what it can and can't do for them, and it can do a lot. So Selden's excited to open it up. He said, hey, you know what, final race of the year, I'm just going to open it up, and I got Clint Birch on standby to help me with anything I do to it over the winter. And Full Tilt starts off their weekend with a clean run as well. So 76.702 your official time there for Full Tilt as that wraps up our first class of racing in our first round of qualifiers here. .400 class is due out next. And if you're watching from home on our YouTube stream, you can probably see a little more overcast skies than we've had at our other events this year as the seasons start to change. We're expecting 50s to low 60s this weekend, so cool weather. Slight possibility of a little bit of rain in the evenings, but doesn't appear that's going to be too much of an issue. And now in the 400 class, here's an interesting one. So Psycho Racing's coming out, but it's not Kyle Patrick back there. This boat's actually been purchased by Frank and Kelly Toftemark, so we're going to see them now in the 400 class coming out for the first time in the Psycho boat. And their first run in the 5150 Psycho boat is going to be a DNF. And while you're here, folks, be sure to head on down to T-Shirt Alley just prior to the pits, but not in the pits, to support your favorite sprint boat team by wearing their merchandise. We've got several teams selling some awesome swag, so go check them out. We also have several new vendors in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets, who donate a portion of the proceeds to help the military and first responders. They sell ESP attire and ASB merchandise, along with many other items, so go and check out all they have to offer. Lots of good stuff around here for you to enjoy at Extreme Sports Park this final weekend of racing here in 2025. Guano Loco coming out next, number 21. Larry Steele, your driver, and Chris Motorig, your navigator. Green flag is up, and 400s moving on. And a good start to the weekend for Guano Loco as they get a clean run. 61.071 your official time there for the 21 boat. Bad influence in the water now, the 156 boat. Stephen and Randy Church, the husband-wife team. Stephen, your driver, Randy, your navigator, and Randy's responsibilities with ASBR have increased a bit. She's recently been announced as the new secretary for the ASBR Pro Racing Series, so congratulations to Randy, and thank you for all that you do for the sport as they take their first run at this rotation this weekend. Again, if you're just tuning in on YouTube, it's rotation number 1. You can follow along at asbracing.com. Pull up that track. Rotation number 1 is the rotation we're following for this weekend's event. Bad influence with the clean run. And how about that time? 50.012. That's a nice way to start your weekend. Live wire in the water now. The O2 boat. Live wire racing with a couple of boats participating in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. They got a 400 boat and an unlimited. In this 400, Matt Denson is your driver and his dad, Vaughn Trapp, is the navigator. Live wire with a clean run there. So 61.995 your official time there for Livewire's 400 boat. Now, as we were saying, a little bit cooler up here in the Olympic Peninsula this morning. If you need your coffee fix, be sure to visit Rise and Grind Coffee Tent, offering iced coffee, Red Bull spritzers, bakery items, and more. Again, Rise and Grind Coffee. Happy to have them here, and sure the race teams are as well. Saw lots of people walking around with some hot drinks this morning. All right, green flag is up now for Nuck and Futz. Here we go. And Nuck and Futz with a good start to their weekend as it's a clean run for the 85 boat. Official time on that one, 57.719. And fans, you may notice these times we're giving you are down to the thousandth of a second. Well, that's because once we get rolling and this competition really heats up, a thousandth of a second can definitely make the difference in who wins and who goes home. We've seen it happen many times before, almost every race actually. So how do we get those times down to the thousandth of a second? Well, if you look around the track, you can see at the beginning and the end of the track at your start and finish lines, that black tubing, those are called the eyes, the electronic timers that keep track of when these boats cross the start and finish line. We also have multiple hand timers, double checking as well. So you'll notice a slight break in the action between when our drivers and navigators actually cross the finish line and when we announce the official times, because you may see a time on the board, but it has to be verified by multiple timers before it's actually made official. All right, last boat out now in the 76 boat. This is Bandit Racing, James Goldberg and JR. A very clean looking black boat. Sponsors including Print Northwest, BSB Brown Sugar Bourbon of Heritage Distilling. Heritage Distilling just down the roadways in Gig Harbor, Washington. And Bandit's going to wrap up the 400s with a clean run there. So 55.686 your official time there for James and JR. So nice start to the weekend for them. And if you've been following us throughout the season, you may have noticed in the 400 class, the points leader, the number 180 boat, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. You didn't see them at first in the 400s. Don't worry, folks, they are here. They're just sitting out the first and second qualifiers today as they're doing some work on their boats. You know they definitely want to be racing because they have dominated the 400 class all year, and you definitely know they want to wrap up the season with an attempt to go out on top and take home that checkered flag. So we will indeed see Jolly Roger out here this afternoon as they look to repeat on what's been a fantastic season to this point. We'll have Unlimiteds coming up here in just a moment. And this break in the ESP Sprint Boat Races is fueled by our sponsor, Lions Den Apparel Company, a new local brand coming to Clallam County. It's more than apparel, it's a statement. It's for those who roar with purpose, live every day with strength and purpose. Strength is more than individual, it's community. That's why Lions Den partners with local nonprofits to better lives and strengthen Clallam County, our home. We are a proud sponsor of ESP, coming soon, so join the pride and hear what you believe. Lions Den, coming soon to Clallam County. Also, we got kind of that fall feeling in the air this morning. Well, folks, don't forget about Fall Fest, scheduled for a whole weekend of fun this September 19th and through the 21st. Once again this year, ESP is hosting 2 monster truck shows. The Hot Stuff Monster Truck Ride Jeep will be offering rides and is backed by popular demand. We also have secured a space for a helicopter to have rides that take off from one of our racetrack islands. We have a huge beer and spirits garden, packed with music and grown-up games that's sure to be a hit. We'll always have fun activities for the kiddos, including the choo-choo train ride, pumpkin patch, hay maze, hay rides, kids outdoor movie theater, bounce houses, face painting, zip lining, putt-putt golf, and all the food you can think of. There are so many things to do, we can't even list them all. This is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family Day tickets are free on Friday. The weekend passes are free for those 2 and under, $8 for ages 3 to 13, and $10 for adults. We'll see you there. Again, that's Fall Fest coming up in just a couple of weeks, September 19th through the 21st, right here at ESP. And folks, we want to thank Laura Elwha Food and Fuel for putting on an awesome show and shine for us yet again last night. You know, they've been so great to ASBR over the years with hosting our show and shine. Lots of fun there, good food, and fans had a chance to meet these drivers and navigators. That's Laura Elwha Food and Fuel Campus, striving to bring the best possible service and prices to our Olympic Peninsula. All right. Opening things up now with the Unlimited class. Here's Pure Insanity's River Rogers and Cole Keats. They have dominated all season long, hoping to keep that going in this final race of the season. No surprise there, that's a clean run. So 48.120, your official time there for Pure Insanity. The first run of the Unlimiteds this morning. Pure Insanity's had a great season this year in their first year of the Unlimiteds. Last year, they finished first in the 400 class, moved into the Unlimited class this season with no learning curve at all. They have won every race in the ASBR Pro Racing Series in 2025, including their last race in Yakima, where they actually weren't even able to make it for the first day of qualifying, but they did have prior plans and permissions made with the league to be able to come in for day two. They came in for day two, made it into the eliminations in the morning qualifiers in day two, and then still won it all. So just an awesome job of racing this year for River and Cole. Now we're going to see Meaner Machine, one of our New Zealand teams, the 43 boat, Richard Murray and Dave Eliason. So a DNF there for Meaner Machine. And they knew it. Or maybe not. So Island Hopper's going to get their first work of the day in there after the DNF for Meaner Machine. Nice opportunity for a photo for you folks there as well, as we see the Island Hoppers get to work. So it didn't look like anything too crazy there, just a little hop out of the water, but drivers and navigators seem to be fine. That's the first thing the Island Hoppers will do when they approach the boat, make sure everybody's okay, and then they'll work on getting you back in the water. We'll see if Meaner Machine is able to get up and running, or if they're going to need a little help getting back in. And as we approach the 11 o'clock hour, if your stomach's starting to growl a little bit and sound like that Meaner Machine, we do have plenty of awesome vendors located up on the berm for you in the food court. The Port Angeles Knights of Columbus is serving hamburgers with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and grilled onions. All proceeds go to charity, so pick up a burger, drink, and chips. Again, that's Knights of Columbus. Happy to have them here with us at Extreme Sports Park. We also are happy to have Cora's Kitchen offering a variety of homemade pies by the slice and whipped cream. Aloha Smoothies is offering a variety of cold, fresh fruit smoothies made with real fruit juice and the freshest of fruit around, so come cool off with one of Aloha Smoothies. And Joey's Treat Truck is offering a variety of ice cream bars and sandwiches. Be sure to visit Egg Roll Hut, serving delicious egg rolls, stir-fry, and barbecue pork buns. Quench your thirst with some Thai tea. And Highland County Donuts, swing by and grab a box of the freshest of fresh donuts made on site. And of course, if you're looking for a nice hot slice, Pizza Hut's got cheese or pepperoni pizza by the slice, served with a cold soda. Also have Tequila Aceves offering authentic street tacos made fresh to order alongside classic canned soft drinks and homemade agua fresca like sweet Jamaica and creamy horchata. And if you're hanging out in the beer garden, be sure to check out Olympus Hot Dogs, offering a variety of gourmet hot dogs and nachos. Also got our first birthday announcement to pass along this weekend. Happy 4th birthday, Shailene. Thank you so much for joining us here at Extreme Sports Park. Hope you and the family have a great time. Again, Shailene, happy 4th birthday.
Randy. Good job.
So Meaner Machine back into the launch now, so we'll see them here in just a minute. Or continue on with the Unlimiteds in just a second here, I mean. So coming into the water now, the O2M boat. This is Livewire's other boat. This is where Matt and Vaughn switch seats. Vaughn hops into the driver's seat, and Matt is the navigator now. So a DNF right out of the gates there. They had a clean run into their 400 boat. Not such fortunate luck here in the Unlimiteds. Again, if you are just tuning in on our YouTube page, we are following Rotation 1 for this weekend's final race of the season, Rotation 1. You can find a map of our track at our Facebook page or at asbracing.com. Follow along that rotation with us. Happy to be able to bring you that live stream free of charge. All right, 33 in the water now. This is Bootleggers, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan coming out for their first run of the weekend. The DNFs continue. There's another one right there. So our first couple classes handling this first rotation pretty well. Unlimited's not such smooth sailing. Back to back to back DNFs after that first clean run by pure insanity. If you are following along on our video stream, we do want to do a shout out to our video guys. Mountain X Industries does a great job. Happy to have them do this year, joining us. After a well-deserved retirement after many years in the sport for our previous video crew of Paul and Bonnie. Paul getting to enjoy things as a spectator this weekend up here in the booth with us. Also, for some other cool video stuff you can check out 208 on Facebook. They do some awesome stuff. I was actually, somebody had just shared their link from last night's Show and Shine with me. I was taking a peek at that for a second, and their video quality is just unmatched. They put together some really cool reels, so if you're into that kind of thing, check out 208. They do some really good stuff, so thank you for having them here as well. We also want to thank our other media folks that you can see on the track in those reflective vests down there. All right, continuing on with Jolly Rogers now in the 556 boat. They got a handful of boats here. This one, 556, is Dustin Sprigger and Owen Sano. All right, so it's another DNF there. So the DNFs continue here in the Unlimiteds. Looking for another clean run here. Maybe this next Jolly Roger boat's going to be able to make it happen. The next Jolly Roger boat out is going to be a couple of familiar faces. We let you know a few minutes ago in the 400s that Eric and Jen weren't running their 180 boat yet. They are going to be doing that this afternoon. They're still working on it, but we are going to see them in an unlimited boat here. The 907M boat coming out next, Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. Again, Eric and Jen have dominated the 400 class all year, so let's see what they can do for us in an unlimited boat. Again, this is the 907M unlimited version of Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. Let's see how they do in this boat. And there we go. That's going to be a clean run. Look at that time, folks. So the official time there, that is indeed correct, 46.538. Heck of a run there by Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, and Jen Farmer. So about halfway through our Unlimiteds here in our first round of qualifiers. Unlimiteds, our biggest class this weekend. We'll have 12 boats raced in the Unlimiteds. Only 8 will make it to tomorrow's elimination rounds. Again, this first and second run, really just getting the rotation down, then studying things a bit during the intermission at lunch, and then they'll come out for their third and fourth qualifiers to try and get some better times. And then tomorrow morning's action will start with just a couple more chances to qualify, and then eliminations in the afternoon. Right now, we got Bad Habit coming out, the 36th boat. This is Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp. Scott and Jalen, another family team here in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Jalen, Scott's daughter, is his navigator. The Rap's hailing from Linwood, Washington. And their boat's sponsored by Rev Up Energy, Tacoma Hydraulics, Ardor Printing, and WR Products. And it's going to be a clean run. So 53.816, your official time there for Bad Habit. Longtime New Zealand racer Rob Coley in the water now in the Poison Ivy boat 111. His navigator Tanner Ward of Lewiston, Idaho. They've been regulars throughout the season in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Got just an awesome looking boat ready to hit the water for the first time this weekend. Poison Ivy, another boat that was able to make it to the second day of the Yakima race a few weeks ago. Unfortunately had some mechanical issues. Looking to fare better here in Port Angeles. And that's a good start. It's a clean run. So 51.894, your official time there, is they're able to get it done in under 52 seconds. 4 boats remaining here in the Unlimiteds before we roll back into the Modifieds for the second round of qualifiers. And before that second round, got some goodies for you folks. We were telling you about all the media that we enjoy having out here at Extreme Sports Park, spreading the word about these races. Well, one of those folks is Jeff Halstead. Jeff Halstead's photography does a great job of everything they do. He covers all sorts of events and sports around the Pacific Northwest. We saw him at the Show and Shine last night, had some really great looking photography work that he was selling to our fans and talking to our fans about. He does have a handful of calendars left from 2025 he'd like to give away to you folks. They've got some great pictures highlighted by a picture of this beautiful park on the front. Fantastic pics of our racers for every month of the year. Well, if you want to go home with one of these calendars for free, got a quick trivia question for you. If you were paying attention this morning, if you can tell me here at the booth who had the best time this morning in the first round of qualifiers in the 400 class. Again, who had the best run time in the first round of qualifiers in the 400 class? You can go home with one of these calendars. First person to come give me that information here at the announcer booth will get one of these calendars. Again, who had the best run time in the 400s in the first round of qualifiers? All right, we've got a winner. So the best run in the 400s this morning in that first round getting that calendar was 156. Congratulations to the little guy going home with a calendar. And that was Kyle St. Ange that we just saw running in instant velocity with Sean DeHart in the 219. Had a clean run there at 52.837. So yep, keep an eye on those times, folks. You never know when you might get to go home with some souvenirs. All right, Psycho in the water now. Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen, the 151M boat. Green flag is up. And here goes Psycho. So Psycho a little crazy out of the gate there, gets DNF, but we'll see them back out next round. So they'll head back on in. Now again, if you may be a little newer to following sprint boat racing, you may be wondering, what's with these boats all of a sudden with the M next to them? Well, that's because here in the Unlimiteds, they're burning methanol. And that is a warning to everybody because that stuff burns clear. So you will not see a fire in case there is one. So it's just a warning to our island hoppers and anyone who may be jumping out to assist these boats to proceed with caution. The 27 boat in the water now, preventing insanity. Leighton Lilly, your driver. Brian Carter navigating for Leighton this weekend. Our island hopper is going to run over there, see what's going on. Did not sound good there for preventing insanity. And the crowd knows, I heard a collective groan here at the park, and they're calling for the jet ski. So it's going to be a DNF there for preventing insanity. And while our jet ski is helping out, we'd like to thank a couple more of our sponsors. Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park and would like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. And this year, OSP Sling is celebrating over 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. OSP Sling is happy to be able to sponsor, along with other local companies, for the return of ESP and the sprint boat races. T Enterprises specializes in site prep for small buildings and sheds, driveway grading and maintenance. We also have an excavator with brush mower along with tractor for field mowing and rototilling. Call for an estimate 360-912-2976. May hear some cheers if you're following along on the stream. That's because our island hoppers are getting the crowd involved. Got their sling out to shoot some giveaways into the crowd. And whether you need storage, a garden shed, carport, tiny home, or barn, we've got them. Red Sheds. Come see us on Highway 101 East between Port Angeles and Sequim, or in Port Hadlock on Highway 19 between Chimacum and Port Townsend. At Red Sheds, we've got you covered. And visit Pen Print for all your graphic and printing needs. Heather and George are a large part of this community and support Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park. We support you, Pen Print. Thank you for all you do for ESP. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles is a supporter of Extreme Sports Park. For all your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. And as we are fully underway here now at ESP, don't forget, folks, ESP has 2 ATM machines located in the South ticket booth area and in the North ticket booth area. Look for the ATM banner, and don't fret, we have lots of cash in there for you to spend. We also are taking credit cards now as well. Also, folks, the Ford Street Team is happy to be sponsoring this event here, showing our love and support for the sport, displaying the all-new full-size base Bronco with the Sasquatch kit. So be sure to check that out. So special thank you to the Ford Street Team for being with us here today. The Bronco, a long time Ford favorite back in production, so cool to have that new one here today. Also, folks, got an update for you. I got a text a few minutes ago. So it looks like there's a white Jeep with the lights on. I got this a few minutes back, so maybe I already turned it off. But white Jeep with lights on. Plate number is 02992. So if you got a white Jeep, plate 02992, appears your lights are on. So may want to get that taken care of. Unless you want to spend the night here at ESPN camp. You know, they won't mind that either. All right, coming out for their final race ever. This is Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson, the locals. So Wicked putting together a very nice run. .302 your official time there for the reigning Unlimited Class champ, as he makes his first run of his final weekend of racing here at his home track. That's Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson in the number 10 boat. And if you want to be the next person in that boat is for sale. So talk to Wicked. They got one nice piece of machinery there. So rolling back into the modifieds now. Here's Frank and Kelly in that checkmate boat, coming off a clean run in their first run. and checkmate with back-to-back clean runs to start their weekend. So a 54.902 for the modified points leader. Bad idea back in the water now. The 509 boat. Eric and Scarlett had a clean run in their first run, just over 62.5 seconds. See if they can improve on that here in the second round of qualifying. There's a clean run. Looks like they trimmed some time off there. So 61.323 your official time there. Purcell Racing coming out now. DNF'd in the first round, looking for a clean run here. The 154 boat sponsored by Jameson Racing Engines. 12.5-foot Jetco with a 358 Chevy engine. A DNF there. So that same wrong turn right out of the gate there, another DNF. So they'll want to double check that rotation. Again, rotation 1 if you're just tuning in. And they're wanting to follow that 7-8-9, but they did the 7-8 and turned into 12 again. All right, full tilt in the water for the second time today. The 03 boat, Selden and Logan. got a happy birthday shout out. Summer Shoot, happy 21st birthday. Got some goodies on the way for you too. Happy birthday, Summer Shoot. In the meantime, they're full tilt with the DNF, but they do have a clean run so far. So they've already guaranteed a spot in the 8 cut because there's only 4 boats in the modified class. So they're still all right, but they're definitely going to want to improve on those run times throughout the day. $51.50 in the water now. Frank and Kelly top to Mark's new 400 class boat, the Psycho. DNF in their first run, so looking for their first clean run right here. There it is, the first clean run in their new Psycho boat for Frank and Kelly top to Mark. 51.657, your official time there. Guano Loco back in the water now, the 21 boat. Made the podium back in June at Webb Slough. Looking for more success this weekend in the ASBR series here in Port Angeles. That's going to be a clean run. So 55.648 your official time there for Guano Loco. Shaving over 5 seconds off their previous run. And folks, for the little ones in the park with us today, the Kids Zone is located near the beer garden. It's a place for the kids to go and play. Just $5 an hour to watch your child if you need a break or your kids need a break. We know your kiddos are in good hands and will have a great time playing with all they have to offer. Go check it out. Again, that's the Kids Zone, just located over near the beer garden. All right, 156 in the water now, Bad Influence. Coming out for their second run. Had the best run of the first round of qualifiers. One lucky fan went home with a free calendar for knowing that fact. Let's see if they can improve on that time here. They ran just over 50 seconds in their first run. That's going to be a clean run. So just about where they were in their first run, 50.259 the official time there. So nice start to the first half of today's activities for the 400s for Bad Influence. Livewire coming out now for their second run, just under 62 seconds so far this weekend. The Livewire boat sponsored by Trap Contracting, Ed's Automotive and Machine, Doghouse Powder Coat. Browning and Browning and Josh Cornwall Tools. And that's going to be a clean run. So 55.447 your official time there for Livewire. Nice run for them. Taking a good 6.5 seconds off their previous run time. Here's Nuck and Futz back in the water. Brad Castle and Savannah Patton, his navigator. You may recognize that name, Savannah. He says, I took her from full tilt. So she jumps into the Nuck and Futz boat alongside Brad and Nucky. That's going to be a clean run. So 55.481 your official time there for the 85 boat Nuck and Futz. One boat left here in the 400s. Bandit Racing coming out again in the 76 boat. James Goldberg, the driver, and JR, your navigator. Ran under 56 seconds in their first round. And they're going to spin out for the DNF boat, ending up on its side, almost rolling over, goes back up on the right side. First thing that our island hoppers are going to do is just going to make sure that James and JR are all right. That was a close one. So they're going to call for the jet ski to come help out a little bit. Good to see everybody is all right. All right, folks. Well, we've got a second. Got another giveaway for you. There's been a lot of travel this year in the ASBR Pro Racing Series, and Winnebago knows you love to travel. There are a couple of new tracks that premiered this season. All right, back at it now in the Unlimited. Pure Insanity coming out again. Had one of the top run times in the Unlimited class. They started things off with a 48.120 this morning. See what they got here. Green flag is up. And qualifiers back underway here at Extreme Sports Park. And how about that run, ladies and gentlemen? 43.490. Pure Insanity, living up to their namesake. Meaner Machine coming out for the second time this morning. Ended their first round of qualifiers on an island. So looking for a clean run here. Green flag is up. And the green Meaner Machine hitting the water. This boat engine you can hear throughout the 11th Peninsula. It looked like they might run into a couple of issues about midway through that run, but they're able to hold on and complete it for a 51.440. And a reminder to race teams, we will be doing driver and navigator introductions immediately following this round of qualifiers. So keep an eye out as we make our way towards the end of this qualifying round. Driver and navigator introductions immediately following this round of Unlimiteds. Got the O2M boat in the water now, live wire. Had a DNF in their first run, looking for that clean one here. Live Wire getting their first clean run in their unlimited boat this morning. Under a minute there with a 58.842. As we're nearing the lunch hour today, the smell of race fuel in the air, we want to thank VP Racing Fuels, our official fuel sponsor of the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Appreciate Arlen being out here with us. So a shout out to VP Racing Fuels, making power. All right, Bootlegger coming out again now, looking for that clean run. Had that DNF in the first round. .33 with the DNF there. Bootlegger boat does have some good speed to it, so once they get this rotation now, they're going to have some pretty good times in there. .556 in the water now, one of our Jolly Rogers. Dustin Sprigger and Owen Zano. .556 with their first clean run of the weekend. .48.295 your official time there. Another Jolly Roger in the water now, 907M. Eric Warner and Jen Farmer. First ASBR event this season that they're running an unlimited boat. And off to a good start, just over 46.5 seconds in their first qualifying run this morning. That's going to be a clean run. Looking good. 45.166 your official time there.
Hey, cousin. Good. You got the best perch. You got the best perch.
All right, got about a half a dozen boats left before we reach our intermission. At that time, we will be doing driver and navigator introductions, so drivers and navigators start making your way towards the launch for your intros. We got about 6 boats to go, and we're going to introduce you to the world. Bad Habit out again now. Scott and Jalen just over 53 seconds in their first run. Let's see what they could do here in our second round of qualifying. Hey there. That's a clean run. Bad Habit running good so far this morning. .251 your official time for Scott and Jalen in that 36 boat. They got to be happy about that. You know who else is happy today? Jordan. Happy birthday, Jordan, from all of us here at the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Got a special gift for you coming your way, courtesy of Winnebago. Poison Ivy coming out again now for the second time in that 111 boat. And Poison Ivy with another clean run. So 58.491, your official time there for Rob Coley and Tanner Ward. Instant velocity in the water now. The 219 boat, Kyle St. Ange and Sean DeHart. Under 53 seconds in their first run of the day, so off to a good start. Instant velocity with a clean run. Keeping it under 50 seconds there with a 49.333 for Kyle and Sean. And attention Extreme Sports Park, Craig Donaldson. You may want to go visit the Wicked booth. Craig Donaldson, if you want to go visit the Wicked booth, they have something that may be a little important for you. Again, Craig Donaldson appears he may have dropped something. They have it over at the Wicked Racing Apparel booth for you. All right, 3 boats left now until our halftime entertainment. This is Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen coming out now in that 151M boat. Green flag is up, and here they go. And Psycho with the clean run there. .406 your official time there. So lots of good racing so far this morning. What do you think, fans? Everybody having fun out there? All right, VIPs, how you doing out there? All right, shout out to our VIPs. Thank you so much for joining us up there on the top berm. You can be a VIP too. Just ask us how. How about over there in the beer gardens? It's afternoon. It's totally cool now. How you doing in the beer gardens, guys? All right. Very nice. So a couple more boats for you, and then we're going to introduce you to these drivers and navigators, and then we're going to have some halftime entertainment for you. Got some jet ski action coming up, some really cool tricks you're going to see out on the water. So lots of good stuff still to come here this afternoon at Extreme Sports Park. Preventing insanity in the water now, Leighton Lilly and Brian Carter in the 27 boat. DNF their first round, looking for that clean run here. That's going to be a clean run. So 48.674, your official time there for preventing insanity, and now just one boat remaining in the second round of qualifying here at Extreme Sports Park. And that boat, of course, Extreme Sports Park's very own Wicked Racing. Wicked put together the best run time in the first round of qualifiers. They ran a 47.302. That time has been eclipsed by Pure Insanity here in the second round of qualifiers. See if Wicked can take back over the best time here. And the first half of today's action ends with a clean run by Wicked. Official time 46.901 for Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. All right, so first and second round of qualifiers out of the way now. It's going to give our race teams a few minutes to cool down and check things over, make sure their boats are good to go for the second half of the day, maybe get a bite to eat, something to drink. Our island hoppers will get a well-deserved break to warm up a little bit and get a bite to eat. And as they make their way off the track, we'll soon be introducing you to the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. We'll have them out for introductions here in just a moment. And again, stuff to do around the park, folks. Don't forget, we do have that kids zone located near the beer garden. Good place for the kids to go play. Just $5 an hour to watch your child. If you need a break or your kids need a break, we know your kiddos are in good hands and we'll have a great time playing with all they have to offer, so go check that out. And for you adults out there, enjoy a top-notch craft cocktail, White Claws, Twisted Tea, and multiple beer options at our beer garden, including ice cold Ultra in the bottle and Ace Cider. At the beer garden, we are now offering refreshing premium cocktails made with high-quality ingredients. You're sure to find one to your liking, so please visit us in the beer garden or our new alcohol location set up over by the tower. Enjoy. Also, don't forget during halftime to visit T-Shirt Alley down here over by the pits. Get some of your favorite team's racing swag. And visiting our vendors up on the berm, get yourself a nice hot bite to eat or a nice maybe cold smoothie to drink, ice cream, pie, all sorts of good stuff. All right.
Just driving it for the weekend. I tried to get an Aussie out here to drive it.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I knew.
Disclaimer to put out there, Kyle Patrick just came to let me know Frank did not buy the 400 boat that he's racing in this weekend. I heard this through the grapevine. It was a surprise to me too, Kyle. That's why I had to ask about it. So thank you for clarifying. But he is racing it this weekend. So Frank and Kelly getting to enjoy their time in a cycle racing boat. And speaking of Frank and Kelly, as our last couple island hoppers make their way off the track, we've got our driver and navigator introductions for you. Ladies and gentlemen, starting things off, introducing your modified class in the 2025 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series powered by Steel. In the 55 boat, checkmates Frank Toftemark and Kelly Toftemark. In the 509 boat, Bad Idea, Eric Pittring and Scarlett Taylor. 154 Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and Margaret Purcell. And in full tilt, 03 Selden Glebe and Logan Harden. In the 400 class, driving in the 5150 boat, you see him out there, Frank Toftemark and Kelly Toftemark. Number 21, Guano Loco, Larry Steele and Chris Modrig. 156, Bad Influence, Stephen Church and Randy Church. 02 Livewire, Matt Denson and Bond Trapp. 180, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. Number 85, Nuckenfutz, Brad Castle and Savannah Patton. And wrapping up the 400s, Bandit Racing in the 76 boat, James Goldberg and JR. In our unlimited class, the 285 boat, Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Cole Keats. Number 43, Meaner Machine, Richard Murray and Dave Eliason. You see him out there representing the O2M live wire boat, Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson. Number 33, Bootlegger, Ron Gallagher and Travis Callahan. Jolly Rogers 556 boat, Dustin Springer and Owen Zano. 907M Jolly Roger out there, Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. Number 36, Bad Habit, Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp. In the 111 boat, Poison Ivy, Rob Coley and Tanner Ward. Number 219, Instant Velocity, Kyle St. Ange and Sean DeHart. And in the 151M boat, Psycho Racing's Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen. Number 27, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly and Brian Carter. And number 10, Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Race fans, your 2025 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. All right, race teams, thank you so much for being with us this weekend. You enjoy your break, get yourselves a bite to eat, check on those boats, make sure you're good to go for the second half of racing. We'll get some music going for you, fans. We've got some cool entertainment coming up for you as well. We've got our jet ski friends coming out shortly. They're the West Coast Surf Riders and the PNW Water X Racer Groups. PNW Water X have a 5-race IJSBA sanctioned jet ski race series this year in locations throughout Washington State, Oregon, and Idaho. There are a large number of World Championship competitive level riders here in the Northwest region. The West Coast Surf Riders is a group of stand-up jet ski riders that ride in the surf consistently and typically ride in Grayland, Washington, Pacific City, Oregon, and Pismo Beach, California. Riders from both groups are on the water today to put on an exhibition for you. Some featured riders this weekend are riders like Henry Lee, who you can find on the flashy hot pink Revolver doing backflips in the ditch this weekend. Henry hails from Portland, Oregon, is one of the best competitive freestyle riders in the world. And you can't miss Henry on his bright pink Lee Stone Revolver freestyle ski. These competitive flatwater freestyle skis, fully built, can cost between 25 grand to 45 grand. The holes are built out of carbon fiber and have fully built 900 to 1400 cc two-stroke engines, which give them enough boost to backflip off of their own wake in any body of water, even a swimming pool or a sprint boat racing track with the right rider. Other riders out on the track for the halftime show today are racer and surf rider Dan Lindgren of Aberdeen. Dan is out on the 311 jet ski, which is a Kawasaki SXR hole that has a custom fitted 1100 cc two-stroke engine out of a sit-down ski stuffed in it. Also got Dave Collins of Hood Canal as a West Coast surf rider running the teal and black Crash Industries Predator surf ski. Matt Wilms of Aberdeen is a West Coast surf rider and is out on the blue round-nose Yamaha Superjet. Chris Obick of Seattle, also a West Coast surf rider, is out ripping the white Yamaha 650 square nose Superjet. So fans, enjoy the show. We'll get a little music rolling for you. We'll be back with more sprint boat action here in just a bit. good time out there? Awesome. We're going to get back underway in just a couple of minutes. We've got a few special guests in the house, though, that we want to introduce to you first. Representing the Olympic Peninsula, we've got the Peninsula College men's soccer team here. They've got some great accolades. So just to tell you a little bit about them, representing several countries right now, the folks we've got here, so we've got 9 guys here from the team, from the Pirate men's team, from Germany, England, Mexico, and the U.S. The 2025 Pirate men are ranked number 1 in the Northwest Athletic Conference and number 11 in the nation. They've won back-to-back NWAC championships and are hoping to become the first NWAC team since 1979 to win 3 straight titles. The Pirates, under 2024 NWAC Coach of the Year Jake Hughes, are made up of players from our community as well as elsewhere in the Western United States in a strong contingent from Japan, England, Germany, Netherlands, Norway, and Switzerland. They just completed their preseason schedule, including matches against Evergreen University, PLU, and UVic, and the Pirate Men Open League play at home Wednesday against Skagit Valley. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Peninsula College Men's Soccer, the 2025 Pirate Men's Soccer Team. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying your time with us, guys. Also, before we resume, a special announcement that definitely hits close to home here in Port Angeles. After 19 incredible years on the water, Wicked Racing is officially retiring from competition after this weekend's race. Dan Morrison began his racing career at 49 years old, and by 2008, his first full year, he had already captured the modified championship with a professional-built motor that set the tone for everything to come. A few years later, Wicked Racing moved into the Unlimited class, where Dan went on to win 7 Unlimited championships, including the current defending title. Known for his fearless style, kicking ass and taking names, Dan became one of the most decorated racers in the sport's history. But Wicked Racing has always been about more than just winning. In 2011, Dan and his wife Kelly opened Extreme Sports Park here in Port Angeles, followed by the founding of the American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series in 2012, which Dan co-launched with his late Wicked Racing teammate Doug Hendrickson. Wicked Racing wasn't just a team, it was a family, and it helped build the foundation for sprint boat racing in America. For over a decade, Wicked Racing was proudly sponsored by Lucas Oil, and after COVID became the face of Steel sponsorship, which continues today. Dan reflects, saying, "The coolest thing to me, besides making so many new friends, is how racing brought long-distance family closer together. They'll all be at the last race. I'm proud of that." Of course, I'm proud of that. I'm thankful for the places the sport has taken me, the people I've gotten to know along the way, and the fans who have supported us through every high and low. The energy for Wicked Racing from the stands, the handshakes in the pits, the kids running around in their Wicked merch, it has all meant more to me than words can explain. I can't thank the fans enough for their support. I'm not going anywhere, just not in the boat. My intention is to grow ASBR and grow the sport. Please continue supporting all the awesome racers as we keep building sprint boat racing bigger and better. In a note from Kelly Morrison, Dan's wife, Kelly says, "Wicked Racing has been such a huge part of our lives, and I couldn't be prouder of what Dan has accomplished. From championships to friendships to building ASBR and ESP, this journey has given us so much. That said, I made a promise, and I'm holding him to it. The boat and Wicked Racing are officially for sale, so Dan can't jump back in." Thank you to every fan, friend, and sponsor who stood by us through all these years. We are so grateful for your support. We hope to see you all for years to come at ESP. Also a note from Sherida Haskins, ASBR and ESP Marketing Director. Sherida says, "I met Dan and Kelly Morrison over 4 years ago at a sprint boat race 10 hours away from their home. What started as a friendship turned into me helping with their marketing and quickly falling in love with Wicked Racing. Not just because Dan was fast as heck, not just because of the iconic Wicked Green, but because of Dan's passion for the sport." She goes on to say, I'll never forget standing in Extreme Sports Park in Washington, looking out over thousands of people, most of them with Wicked Racing across their shirts and hats. You hear groans when he DNF'd and cheers when he nailed a run across the entire venue. I realized Wicked Racing wasn't just a team, it was family, and fans loved them for a reason. Dan never brags about wins. He never talks down his competitors. He's proud of everyone who puts a boat on the water and gives it their all. This last year, a young racer took his first place title he typically won, and instead of being frustrated, he smiled, his big pearly smile, and said how proud he was that new people were coming in and pushing the limits and this sport forward. That's who Dan is. It will be strange without Wicked Racing on the track, but I know this, having Dan by our side as a longtime racer, track owner, and series founder, we're only getting started in making sprint boat racing bigger and better. So don't miss this last chance to see Dan Morrison and Wicked Racing on the hot track defending his title. It's the end of an era, but the start of an even greater legacy, and we're glad to see you all here this weekend for Wicked's last racing hurrah. So how about a big congratulations on the retirement to Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison, and a special thank you to Dan and Kelly for all you've done for the ASBR Pro Racing Series and this community. All right, we're going to get our second half of the day's action underway here any moment as our modified class starts making their way down to the ramp. Gives us a few minutes to introduce you to our island hoppers that are out there, always working hard. Let's see, it looks like most of them are out there. I don't want to miss anybody. is proud to have been serving this great community for over 50 years. ESP thanks you for your continued support, and we look forward to many more years of commitment and dedication to our great community. We thank you, Herman Brothers. Les Schwab stores and employees don't just sell tires and brakes. We take care of our neighbors and are part of our communities. We're committed to service in our stores and service in our communities, because when our communities succeed, it's good for all of us. Steel is a proud sponsor of American Sprint Boat Racing and Extreme Sports Park. Whether you're a professional or a weekend warrior, Steel's top-of-the-line outdoor power equipment is designed to help you tackle any challenge with ease and precision. From zero-turn mowers that make lawn care a breeze, to innovative battery-powered tools that deliver power and performance without the hassle of cords or fuel, Steel has the tools. Central Welding Supply is proud to be a sponsor of ESP, ASB Racing, and to support the goal of jet sprint boat racing to the pro sports arena. Central Welding Supply is a locally owned family business offering exceptional service through 27 locations in Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. There's one near you. Visit centralwelding.com. Straight View Credit Union is celebrating over 85 years of service to folks on the Olympic Peninsula. Straight View Credit Union has the financial tools and services you need to live your life to the fullest. It's simple, straight banking and lending with people who genuinely care. Visit our website at svcu.com to learn more. Pizza Hut is proud to be a sponsor at all this year's ESP events. Don't forget to stop by and grab your mega slice and drink. Hungry? Get your favorite pizza and wings at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Copycat Graphics and Signs is your premier print shop of the PNW. They are the one-stop shop for all your business advertising needs. They offer custom apparel, vehicle and vessel graphics, full vehicle wraps, graphic design, signs, A-board, banners, and more. Northwest Ford Dealer is a proud sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park. Make sure to stop by their display area and check out the latest Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 48 years and counting. Ford trucks built in America for America. Brim Tractor is proud to be a sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park and support Clallam County's local businesses. As your local Bobcat equipment dealer, we bring 5 decades of family-owned sales, service, and rental experience to Clallam County. Thanks for welcoming Brim to Port Angeles and Sequim. We're excited to be part of your team. In Huntco Directional Drilling, we are a small business that does subsurface construction called horizontal underground drilling. We create a pathway underground and then pull gas pipes and conduits for cables through the hole created by the drilling. This is a low disturbance approach for accurately and efficiently crossing roads, railways, and rivers. Since 2001, Dave's Heating and Cooling has proudly served Clallam County with dependable heating and cooling solutions. From ducted to ductless systems, their team delivers expert installation and responsive service. It's their integrity that sets them apart. Also wanted to do a shout out to APS Electrical Contractors as a sponsor of ESP. Thank you to APS. And Winnebago, come check out the all-wheel drive Mercedes van on display in T-Shirt Alley with designer vibes and everyday ease. You can have it all wherever you roam. And serving the Pacific Northwest and the Olympic Peninsula since 1997, Milliken Crane Service. We are committed to providing first-rate service and have built a strong reputation. Come see us today for your full-service crane and rental company needs. So that's just a handful of the many, many sponsors that help make these events possible here at Extreme Sports Park. All right, looks like our modifieds are just about ready to go, so we'll be up and rolling here again in just a minute. Got our officials just double checking everything, making sure our timing's good to go, that the eyes are up and running down there. And then we'll get this third round of qualifying action started. Looking at doing at least 2 more qualifiers, time permitting possibly a third, but 2 scheduled for now. Looks like our race controller has been giving everybody the go-ahead to start rolling, so we are back underway here at Extreme Sports Park. Third round of qualifying for the final event of the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by Steel. All right, so getting back underway, got the 509 boat in the water to start things off. Bad idea, looking at our third round of qualifiers here. And that's going to be a clean run. So 60.026, your official time there for Bad Ideas, Eric Petring and Scarlett Taylor. All right, 154 back in the water now. Purcell Racing's Jeff Purcell and Margaret Purcell looking for that first clean run today. That issue they've been running into is turning a little too early. Let's see if they make that correct turn this time. They got to keep going straight. And they did not go up the middle like they needed to there. That's going to be another DNF. So this rotation, been a struggle so far for 154. They'll have at least one more chance today, though, to get that clean run. An update for the modified class. Number 55, Checkmates, Frank and Kelly top to mark. We won't be seeing them anymore in the Checkmate boat this afternoon. Looks like they're going to sit out the third and fourth qualifiers. So that's why we didn't see them lead things off. So this, our last boat in the modifieds, Full Tilt, Selden Glebe and Logan Harden in the 03 boat. Green flag is up. And here we go. And a clean run. So 66.607, the official time there for Full Tilt, Selden Glebe and Logan Harden. So they shave about 10 seconds off their previous best run. All right, so like we said, we aren't seeing Checkmate out there anymore, but here is Frank and Kelly top to mark again, driving in the 400 boat, the 5150 Psycho boat. DNF'd in their first qualifier, but they ran a 51.657 in their first run. Green flag is up. And here they go. And a DNF. So a couple of DNFs driving in the 400 boat for Frank and Kelly. Do have one clean run in there. And the big thing for the modifieds and the 400s today is really just getting a clean run in. With eliminations starting off with an 8 cut, both these classes have 8 or less boats in them. So as long as everyone gets a clean run in both of these classes, we will see them in the elimination rounds tomorrow. It's the unlimited class that we're going to drop about a third of before eliminations tomorrow. So taking a look at our class sizes, got 4 in the modifieds, 7 in the 400s, and 12 in our unlimited class. Bad Influence coming out again. The Oregon team from Cheshire. And Bad Influence there with another clean run. Under 50 seconds on that one, 49.242. Got live wire in the water again now. Matt Denson and Von Trapp in the O2 boat. Green flag is up. And Livewire making another run at it now. Catching a bit of the shore there, but able to break free. But a DNF. So a great third qualifier for Bad Influence as they came out, got their best time of the day. They got the best time so far in the 400s. But so far, outside of that, a couple of DNFs. Nuck and Futz is going to try and change that around when they come out here. And that's going to be a clean run. So 53.135, your official time for Nuck and Futz as they break that DNF lull that we were in for a couple of minutes there. And next out, we're going to see Bandit racing again. Possibly. Again, we saw them take that DNF where they almost ended up upside down. All right, so it looks like Bandit Racing is actually going to go on the 5-minute clock here. What does that mean, folks? Well, it means that when you are down on the launch and it is your turn to race, if you aren't able to get your boat operating, you get put on a 5-minute clock. You got 5 minutes to get those kinks ironed out and get in the water, or you will take a did not start. And again, as we were saying, Bandit Racing, we saw earlier, they had one of our rougher DNFs of the day rolling out of the water and almost ending up upside down. So it looks like there may be still some issues they're working on that boat. So they are on the clock here to try and get up and running for our third round of qualifiers. Another check-in with our sponsors. Hey folks, we are Tri-State Roofing, your local roofing company, and we're proud to keep our community covered for 20 plus years. From small repairs to brand new roofs, we got you covered. We believe in fair prices, quality work, and treating you like family. Come visit the Tri-State booth for a free estimate and enjoy the show. Also, T Enterprises specializes in site prep for small buildings and sheds, driveway grading and maintenance. We also have an excavator with brush mower along with tractor for field mowing and rototilling. Call for an estimate, 360-912-2976. And ESP would like to thank APS Electric for the many years of support you've given and taken care of all the electrical needs of the park. A huge thank you to Brian, Andy, and Cheryl. And once again, a reminder to you folks, outside alcohol not allowed within the Sprint Boat event fenced area. We ask you to not bring alcohol in or bring it out. We have folks here to help maintain and enforce these rules. We're now selling alcohol throughout the park for your convenience, but we still have 2 designated areas for drinking in the beer garden area, if that is what you choose. We ask that you please be mindful of others as we implement these new additions to the park. And speaking of the park, we told you about Fall Fest coming up. Well, just after that, come back for ESP's Trick or Treat Trail. Free to all the little ghosts and goblins on Halloween Day from 2 p.m. until dark. We provide a safe and fun atmosphere for all the children in our community. We have over 30 themed booths sponsored by our local businesses, including a police car, dump truck, excavator, and sometimes a helicopter. We'll have Pizza Hut again this year to sell pizza by the slice to fill the trick-or-treaters' tummies. If you haven't made it yet, you need to, as this has become quite popular. Please come check out some very creative outfits, not only worn by the kids, but adults as well. Couple of birthday shout-outs for you. Nikita Man and Billy, or as their friends call him, Billie Eilish. So happy birthday to Nikita and Billy. Lots of birthdays going on in the park today. That 5-minute clock still ticking for Bandit. We'll see if they can make it in. You'll notice that if you've been here at past races, a lot of times you'll see a boat on the clock and the next boat will go. Well, the reason we're not seeing that right here is because Bandit Racing is the last boat of the 400s, and you can't have another class start while there's still a certain class going. So Bandit, just a minute left to get in the water. before taking a DNS. We'll see if they can do it. The 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series is powered by Steel. Steel, the proud sponsor of ASBR and Extreme Sports Park. Whether you're a professional or weekend warrior, Steel's top-of-the-line outdoor power equipment is designed to help you tackle any challenge with ease and precision. From zero-turn mowers that make lawn care a breeze, to innovative battery-powered tools that deliver power and performance without the hassle of cords or fuel, Steel has the tools.
They're telling you to look at your phone?
Oh.
Jared?
Also, race fans, let's give a big shout out to Jace. He just got married on the 13th, and he's celebrating his bachelor party right here with us this weekend. Let's make some noise for Jace and his crew. Congrats on the big day. So lots of cool stuff going on around Extreme Sports Park this weekend. Glad you can be here for part of the festivities. All right, looks like they made it. Bandit Racing's back in the water now, the 76 boat. Let's get back to some racing, folks. They're giving the thumbs up. They're ready to go. Island on up to the starting line. Ron, our seasoned flagger, raises that green flag up. And we're back underway. So Bandit beats the clock and gets a clean run. So 53.856 your official run time there for Bandit Racing's James Goldberg and JR. All right, so that wraps the third round of qualifiers for 400s. Back to the Unlimiteds now. Pure Insanity going to come out here, see what they can do. Best time of the day so far, under 43.5 seconds. Looks like they may have made another best run time of the day. 41.396, your official time there. All right, so got Meaner Machine coming out again here. And they're able to hang in there for a clean run. Sounded like it was going to get a little dicey, but they hang on and they end up at under 50 seconds with a 49.338. It's their best run of the day. So under 50 seconds for that Meaner Machine Boat 43, sponsored by Transag, Eliason Hospitality, TD Drilling, Coleman Performance Engines, RF and JD Murray Contracting, and She Her View Promotions Ltd. Meaner Machine, of course, with the New Zealand duo of Richard Murray driving and Dave Eliason as navigator. Livewire's Unlimited boat out now. There's a clean run for Livewire. So 57.581, your official time there for the O2M boat. Their best run of the day. So Unlimited's off to a really good start to their third round of qualifiers. So far, top times for each of the three boats to come out so far. And if you aren't able to join us at the track today, hope you're enjoying the stream at home. Follow us for free on YouTube. There's a link on our Facebook page for it. Mountain X does a great job putting on our show for us. And fans in the stands, you keep an eye out for that drone. When that drone comes over, you wave to the families back home. If you haven't had a chance to check out the streams, they're pretty awesome and always free. You can find those on the ASBR YouTube page with links on our ASBR Pro Racing Series on Facebook. Got Bootlegger coming out again now. There's a clean run for Bootlegger, their first clean run of the day, and it is a 46.921. Got back-to-back Jolly Roger boats coming out now. First up in the 556 boat is going to be Dustin and Owen. They had a clean run just before the half at a little over 48.25 seconds. And again, as we get into our third round of qualifiers, now these teams are going to start looking at improving those times. The Unlimited's our largest class, 12 boats, only 8 of them will make it into elimination rounds. Well, I catch a little of the corner of that island there, but they're able to regain control, and they're going to push through for a clean run. Just under 48.5 seconds there, 48.402, your official time there for Jolly Rogers, Dustin and Owen in the 556 boat. .907M into the water now, Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. Couple of clean runs so far today. And keeping it smooth for another clean run. .571, the official time there for the 907M boat. Bad Habit on their way out again. In the black and white camo. Oh, they're going to get hung up on the shore there for a DNF. So Island Hoppers will get back to work here and give them a nice little push back into the water. This gives us a couple of minutes for another giveaway, folks. Again, I got a couple more of those Jeff Halstead awesome calendars for you to wrap up 2025. Again, the year's almost ending, but there's still some great pictures and artwork in here, a great overview of Extreme Sports Park. And as we get ready to go into our fourth round of qualifiers, we'll, of course, see the modifieds. Now, the first handful of races this season, we saw Checkmate go home with the checkered flag. Last race in Yakima, however, though, we had a different racer take home the checkered flag in the modifieds. They're not here racing today, but if you know who won the modified class in Yakima, either the name of the race team or the boat number, come let me know. You'll go home with one of these calendars. Again, who won in the modified class at Yakima? All right, so our trivia winners that time knew Slippery Pickle won the modified class at Yakima, so congratulations. Had a couple of folks come up at the same time with that answer, so gave out those last couple calendars, courtesy of Jeff Halstead Photography. Poison Ivy on the way out now for a third time, following that DNF from Bad Habit. Poison Ivy's best time so far today, 51.894, so they'll look to improve upon that here. Holy moly, Rob Cole with a clean run there. 47.286 your official time. Nicely done there by Poison Ivy's Rob Coley and Tanner Ward. In the red, white, and black boat down in the launch now, number 219, Instant Velocity. Couple of clean runs in this number 1 rotation, looking for a 3rd consecutive one here. And there's another clean run for Instant Velocity, 49.927. Thank you for following the American Sprint Boat Racing on YouTube and Facebook. If you're just tuning in, we are following rotation 1 for this 6th and final racing event of the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by Steel. That rotation can be found on our Facebook page and also at asbracing.com. And folks, if you are following along in the crowd, just right in the middle of your program, you can see our track rotations. The 2025 track rotations, proudly sponsored by Steel, VP Racing, and Pelican Fueling. Again, rotation 1. Been a pretty good rotation so far. We've seen lots of nice runs by our 23 boats participating in this weekend's action. Season started way back in June at one of 2 brand new tracks at ECMX Park in Lewiston, Idaho, wrapping things here at ESP in Port Angeles this weekend. And 151M Psycho with the clean run there. So 47.359 your official time there. Preventing Insanity out again now, the 27 boat, Leighton Lilly and Brian Carter. lately the 2023 400 class ASBR champ. That preventing insanity boat looking good out there. And it's going to be a clean run. So 47.378, your official time there for preventing insanity. Wicked racing in the water now. As the qualifying rounds continue to be numbered for this boat in their last race ever. And it's going to be a DNF. So the third round of qualifiers ends with a DNF. We're going to roll on into the fourth round. If you didn't have a chance to grab a bite to eat during intermission, folks, be sure to visit those vendors that we got up on the berm in the food court. Again, we've got Knights of Columbus up there with burgers where all proceeds go to charity. So pick up a burger, drinks, and chips. Got Cora's Kitchen up there with homemade pies by the slice and whipped cream. Rise and Grind Coffee there for your coffee fix. They got iced coffee, Red Bull spritzers, bakery items, and more. Maybe cool down with an Aloha smoothie. Ice cream bars and sandwiches at Joey's Treat Truck. Got Egg Roll Hut, Highland County Donuts, Pizza Hut, all sorts of good stuff. Taqueria Aceves as well. And don't forget Olympus hot dogs over by the beer garden. So lots of good stuff for you and lots of good stuff coming up here in our fourth round of qualifiers. Here's Bad Idea. And Bad Idea with yet another clean run. This one, their best one of the weekend, 59.943. You know, Eric's got to be a lot happier with how things are going this weekend for him. It was a struggle in Yakima a few weeks ago. He had just eked his way into the eliminations in Yakima, getting his first clean run in the last round of qualifiers Sunday morning. So probably feeling a lot more confident. Great clean runs to start things off here at Extreme Sports Park. And speaking of Yakima, folks, if you didn't have a chance to check out our first race there, we broke in that track just a few weeks ago. It was an awesome time at State Fair Park. ASBR excited to be out there for not just one, but 2 more races next year. So if you're looking to making a road trip next summer, be sure to check out the ASBR Pro Racing Series at State Fair Park in Yakima. So excited to have them on board. And another DNF for Purcell Racing, just really struggling with this rotation. Just cannot seem to get that beginning part down. The first issue had been trying to cut, they were cutting from the 8 into the 12 when they should have been going 8, 9, 11. So then trying to correct that, but they now, for the second time in a row, they've gone to 176. So just really struggling with that very opening portion of the rotation. They'll look to get a clean run. They got to get at least a clean run in there if they want a chance at making it into eliminations. All right, full tilt out there now. Selden and Logan. And there's a clean run for full tilt. So 63.327 the official time there. Full tilt again, rocking that new boat this year. The Selden talked to me a little bit about it earlier this morning and said it's well, I can't read my own writing. We'll tell you more about that boat tomorrow. But it was built by Clint Birch, and they're excited about it. Also, another one of his sponsors I want to let you know about was Deerhead Deli in Quilcene. So that wraps up the 4th round of qualifying for the modifieds. Going into 400s now. All right, now I can read through those chicken scratches. So that new full tilt boat, it's Next Level Racing Hull, built by Clint Birch. And they've been publishing that journey throughout the year on social media. So if you've had a chance to check out Full Tilt social media, you've kind of seen the assembly of that boat over the year, and they're excited to put it through to the test this weekend. So into the 400s now. Here's Guano Loco. Didn't run in the last round. Back out there now. Guadalupe with a clean run. So 54.095, your official time there for the 21 boat. All right, so Bad Influence coming out for a fourth time now. Under 50 seconds in their last run, just over 49 seconds. See if they can get under that 49-second mark here. That's a clean run. Official time on that one, 48.445. So they do indeed get under 49 seconds. Best run of the weekend for Bad Influence. Live wire in the water again. Couple clean runs today. DNF last time. 55 and a half their best run. There's a clean run. Looks like that could be their best run of the weekend. And nicely done, a 54.941. So Nuck and Futz due out next here. Brad Castle and Savannah Patton. Actually, hold up a second. Looks like we are indeed going to see the 180 boat. Jolly Roger is in now. So we'll see them for the first time today. This 180 boat has dominated the 400 class all season long. And they're up and running here. See if they can keep their winning ways going here in our final race of the 2025 season. All right, so Eric and Jen in that familiar 180 boat now, running their first qualifier of the day here in the 4th round of qualifying at Extreme Sports Park. Reigning 400 class winners of the last several races. And it's going to be a clean run. So 50.245, your official run time there. So after 3 DNSs for the Jolly Rogers, they come out, put up a 50.245. And with 7 boats in the 400 class, that will punch their ticket into the eliminations tomorrow. And now we will see Nuck and Futz coming out. So all 7 boats in the unlimited or in the 400 class have officially qualified to make it into eliminations tomorrow. So now it's just about getting more efficient on this rotation. Finding where you can cut corners, maybe get a little more speed. We'll see what Nuck and Futz can do here. Nuck and Futz looking good for another clean run there. Under 52 seconds, 51.819. Last of the 400s coming out now. Bandit Racing in the 76 boat. under 54 seconds in their last run. So they hop onto an island, but back into the water. Can they get up and running? If they can, they're still on rotation. They could, in theory, still complete their run. And it's going to be a DNF. But not too often do you see a boat jump like that, so that's pretty cool. Time for the Unlimiteds to take their fourth run at this rotation. Our Jeep team's working on getting them over to the launch. Word coming in that Pure Insanity is going to be taking a breather during this fourth round of qualifiers, so we will not see River and Cole for this round, but they've already, pretty well shown that they're going to make it into eliminations tomorrow after running a 41.396. Machine rides the waves to a clean run. So a 50.469 for Meaner Machine. Good start to their weekend so far. Running between about 49.5 to 51.5 throughout the day. So Meaner Machine with the clean run there. They're working on getting our other Unlimiteds in there as they head on down to the ramp. All right, now we got our Jeep teams bringing those boats back down. For a second, it looked like a grocery store parking lot at 3 a.m. over there was just empty. But now we got some action ready to kick off again here at ESP. Live Wire's O2M boat in the water now. Couple of clean runs for Vaughn and Matt in the O2M. They've had a good day all around between their 400 class boat and their unlimited boat. So O2M, after catching that island there, they do end up with a DNF. And folks, if you haven't already, be sure to head down to T-Shirt Alley, right over here by the pits. Got several teams over there selling some awesome stuff. Go check it out. Also got several new vendors in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets. And a DNF there for Bootlegger. So Bootlegger with the DNF there. They do have one clean run to their name so far today. They were just under 47 seconds in the third round of qualifiers. Taking a look at the numbers so far at this point in today's action, our top run in the Unlimiteds belongs to Pure Insanity with a 41.396. Hence them taking this qualifier off. They may be feeling pretty confident about their position going into tomorrow's action. Still got 8 boats to go here in the Unlimiteds. And then flipping back into our 400s, our top time there belongs to Bad Influence. They've just been doing great in the 400s all day long. And their top time of 48.445. And in the modifieds, Checkmate holds your best time at this point at 54.902. So top runs in each class so far. Checkmates for the modifieds, Bad Influence for the 400s, and Pure Insanity for the unlimiteds. And now here is Jolly Roger, the 556. So Jolly Roger sliding up onto the bank for the DNF. Got our island hoppers running over there to make sure everybody's all right. Hopefully not too jarring. Just kind of slid right up onto the shore there. So our island hoppers, once again, back to work. All right, so good to see Dustin and Owen there able to get that boat moving all right back into the launch. Not too long of a break there. So our island hoppers getting back into position there after helping out Dustin and Owen get back into the water. So 907M back out again. 3 great runs so far today. Started off just over 46.5 seconds. Their last 2 runs under 46 seconds. See what they have for an encore here. Let's see if they get under 45. And that is going to be a clean run. So 45.698 your official time there for Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. And that is 3 runs in a row they've had, all within about a half second of each other. So definitely feeling good in that unlimited boat today.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Oh, never mind. Yeah, was that the only one? I tried already doing it with the other guys all across.
All right, green flag's up, and we're back underway again. Bad habit out there now. Bad habit with a clean run there. So 52.386 your official time for Scott and Jalen there in the 36 boat. All right, Poison Ivy out again now. And there's a clean run there for Poison Ivy. 47.232. So how about this for beating their previous time? They had a 47.286 before, now they run a 47.232, so they cut 0.05 of a second off their previous time. So pretty awesome how close these times are throughout the day as you see these guys continue to shave more and more time off as these men and women get more comfortable with these rotations. Here's Instant Velocity again. And Instant Velocity with another clean run. 49.892. So a great weekend so far for Kyle and Sean in that 219 boat, sponsored by Tuttle Motorsports Park, DeHart Land Works, and Legacy Custom Canopies. Here's Psycho again, 151M. So Psycho with the DNF there. So a DNF, but they still got a couple of clean runs for Psycho. So Kyle and Aaron still looking like they're in pretty good position. And just a couple of boats left to go in this round of Unlimiteds. And with this being the final event of 2025, the 5th of 5 events, it's just been announced by our race controller there is going to be a bonus qualifying round added on to today's action. So we will see one more qualifier after this. So a little extra sprint boat action for you to wrap up 2025. So again, adding an extra round of qualifiers, so there will be one more for today after these last 2 boats. Again, last event of the season. Want to give these guys every opportunity to make it into eliminations tomorrow. And here is Leighton and Brian in Preventing Insanity. And Preventing Insanity with another clean run. So 46.345, the official time there for the number 27 boat. And one boat left in the Unlimiteds here. So the current Unlimited National Champ in the water now, Wicked Racing. Ran just under 47 seconds for their best run back in the second round of qualifiers. DNF that third round, looking for a clean run here. Spinning up onto the beach for a DNF. So Island Hoppers first, checking on Dan and Sammy, making sure they're good to go. Looks like they're all right. So they're going to push them back into the water. And so we talked about Dan and Sammy, well, Dan at least, retiring at the end of the year. I'm joined up here in the booth by another longtime ASBR official.
And your sister.
And my sister. So after many years in the ASBR Pro Racing family, Melody Posgay, our lead timer, has announced she's retiring after this race. So Melody, tell me a little bit about how you got involved in this sport and just how it's grown over the years.
Okay, so I first came along because my husband came home one weekend and said, we had bologna sandwiches to eat. I didn't get nothing to eat. This isn't fun. So I went to feed him. And after doing that for a couple races, I became home base for TNT Racing. Ow! And then one day they all came up and said, hey, Melody, how'd you like to be the secretary? It's a lot of fun. And that's how I got involved.
So tell me about timing and what that's like. It's something, you know, that our fans don't see it. Tell me about just kind of what goes on behind the scenes, behind what our fans see of the race, and what goes on behind the scenes from what fans are not seeing.
So we have eyes that are laser eyes. So when they cross the threshold of the laser eye, that's when the clock starts. But we also time everything by hand because it's called. You want to have the timing by hand to compare to the eyes. And so what we do is we run each race. We look at our stopwatches. Sometimes the eyes don't stop when they're supposed to, but we stopped our watches and they get a lesser time. Sometimes they get a more time, but we try to be fair.
And then finally, again, you said you've been in this for 17 years. So what's next if you're not going to be doing timing anymore?
I would like to be more behind the scenes to help it run smoother on the back end so that when we come to do our events that everything is smooth on the front end.
Well, Melody, we in ASBR Pro Racing Series appreciate everything you've done over the years. Thanks again. So congratulations on this being your last race weekend as the timer. So enjoy the rest of the time.
I'm actually the lead official. I've been here longer than anybody else. So I'm like the senior official. So.
Well, congratulations on your retirement of being kind of a big deal.
You're so funny. You're an asshole, bro.
So that's Melody Posgay, our lead official. So and my sister stepping away after 17 years in this sport. So congratulations for her. You did a great job. You did a great job. I promise. So now we are back in our little extra innings, you could say. 5th round of qualifiers here. It's a bad idea with a clean run here in their 5th round of qualifying. .857 the official time there for Eric and Scarlett. So Purcell Racing out next, the 154 boat. Hoping to wrap up today's action with a clean run. And another DNF. Just struggling to get into that correct first channel. And so with this rotation, it is an immediate left right out of the gate, and then they've got that right turn right away after that. You have to imagine just trying to eyeball this from the stands, maybe, it looks a little different. When you're actually in these boats, you got to think of the speeds. You could be hitting up to 70, 80 miles an hour right out of the gate, and you're only about 3 feet above the water. So trying to see those turns is a lot tougher than it may look from a spectator standpoint, and it has been tough sledding so far for Purcell Racing, so they will hope for better fortunes tomorrow morning. So Full Tilt coming out for their 5th and final time today. Selden driver Logan Harden, his navigator from Port Townsend. Sounds like they're opening it up a bit on this run. And Full Tilt's day is going to end with a clean run. 63.216, the official time there for Full Tilt, sponsored by Johnston Realty, Brennan Store, Dose Grind Barista, Egg Roll Hut, all those in Brennan, also sponsored by Francis Nash Band out of Seattle, Copycat Graphics and Signs out of Port Angeles, and Deerhead Deli in Quilcene. As they wrap the end of 2025 in a brand new boat. Brand new boat with a, I want to say 13-year-old engine is what Selden had told me. All right, so modifieds are done for the day. Now we're into the 400s for a 5th and final time. And the 5150 Psycho with the clean run. Official time on that run, 59.041. So added this 5th round of qualifiers as a little extra bonus with this being the final race of the season. Hoping the weather holds up for us for a few more minutes. So we try to squeeze in a few more runs for you. And of course, don't forget to come back tomorrow for the exciting final elimination rounds of the 2025 season. We've had some pretty big leads in the point standings in several of our classes, so we'll see if that holds through the weekend. Guano Loco out now in the 400. And the 21 boat with a DNF. So with 8 boats or less in both our 400 class and modified class for this weekend, and every one of those boats putting together at least one clean run, we will see all these boats in the eliminations tomorrow. However, still want to try and get that best time in during qualifiers, because the order of eliminations will go with the best time going last from qualifying. So you want to get that best time so you can see other boats run before you, so you know the times to beat, to try and make your way from the 8 cut to the 4 cut, and ultimately going home as the champ. And our points leaders in each of these classes are participating in this last event of the season, so we'll see if they indeed are crowned champions. Your points leader in the modified class at this point in the year, Checkmate, number 55. In the 400 class, Jolly Rogers, the 180 boats leading the way, and then Pure Insanity leading the way in the unlimited. So we will see, will those 3 take home checkered flags and championships for the 2025 year? We'll find out. And Bad Influence with another clean run. 5 runs, all clean for Bad Influence. 50.575 your official time there. So the red and black 400 version of Live Wire in the water now. Their best run just under 55 seconds. So they spin out a bit, try to regain control, but they end up beaching themselves on the island there. It's a DNF. Livewire getting their photo opportunity in before the end of the day. couple of races here in Port Angeles, and then of course debuted another brand new track in Yakima at State Fair Park. So it has been a great adventure this summer, and we appreciate all of the race teams that have participated and all of you fans that have come out and enjoyed these festivities as well, and the fans that have traveled far and wide with the ASBR Pro Racing Series. We couldn't do this without your support. So again, putting a bow on this season, this weekend here at Extreme Sports Park. Got a few boats left here in the 400s, and then on to the Unlimiteds. The 180 boat set to come out next. And looking at what the delay is for here, folks, if you take a look out at the track, looks like there's been some drainage issues by a pipe being knocked loose. They're seeing what can be done about possibly getting that repaired. So bear with us as we look into that. Give you an update on that here shortly. As just in the last few minutes, if you take a look over in the corner of the track there, and kind of to give you an idea, if you're looking at your rotation, if you just take a look from like 4 to 6, you can see the water has really started to drain down quickly. So they're going to take a look here, see if that's something that can be repaired to continue the action today. So we'll give you an update here in just a couple of minutes. Looks like they're probably someone's keepsakes of some sort. So if you're missing some prized photos, be sure to come on over to the announcing booth and pick those up. He's got the best view in the park right now, but Cannon's up here at the announcer booth, so. Family, and also good news for you, Extreme Sports Park Racing fans. That drainage pipe is fixed. We are ready to get back underway. Got a few more boats to go for you in this 5th and final round of qualifiers. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Who is ready for a little bit more racing? All right, let's do this. So what had happened there, in case you were wondering, again, we said there was that drainage issue that was going on. If you remember back a little while back in the Unlimiteds, in their previous runs, in that 4th round of qualifiers, there was that one where the 556 boat slid up onto the bank over there. Well, that knocked that drainage pipe loose and broke it, so they had to go out there and fix it because we thought we were able to get things in before things started to drain too much. Then that water level started going down in a hurry. Thankfully, our guys got out there, did a quick fix to get that back in order, turned that water back on full blast, and now we are ready to get back to some racing. So we got the 180 boat Jolly Roger revving their engine down on the boat launch. They're ready to go. Eric Werner and Jen Farmer. 50.245, their official run time in the 4th round of qualifiers. It was the first run for them this morning. They sat out the first 3 rounds, but they were able to get into that 4th round, ran a clean one there. And Jolly Roger, this 180 boat, has been running the table in the 400 class all season, so in good position to be champions this year if they can keep that roll going. Green flag is up, and after a brief delay, we are back underway. And things pick back up here with a clean run by Jolly Roger. So 48.738, your official time there for Eric Warner and Jen Farmer. As after that brief delay, we are back up and running. Thanks again for bearing with us during that. Got the 85 boat in the water now. Nuck and Futz, Brad and Savannah. And Nuck and Futz wraps up their day with a clean run as well. That one 53.751. One more 400 class boat ready to go now. It's a 76 boat, Bandit Racing. Bandit idling on up and ready to take their last crack at this rotation this afternoon. And Bandit will complete that run there as well. .250, the official time there. Our Island Hoppers just going over to check on them, making sure they're all good. So it looks like Bandit was able to just make it through their final round, and their boat has decided to call it a day just as they cross the finish there. So our Island Hoppers will give them a hand getting back up to the launch. And then we've got our Unlimiteds. Counting about 9 boats left that are going to make a run at it this afternoon in this extra round of qualifying for us. And while we have a moment, as Bandit is headed back over to the launch, we want to take this minute to honor all the veterans who are with us here today and have served our country. Without all of you veterans, we would not be here today having this race. So from all of us, we want to sincerely thank you for your service. We are proud of you. We also would like to give a special thank you to the disabled veterans that are here with us today. Let's hear it out there for all the veterans at Extreme Sports Park today. Thank you. And with still one more class to go, don't forget you can still enjoy a top-notch craft cocktail, White Claws, Twisted Tea, and multiple beer options at our beer garden, including Ice Cold Ultra in the bottle and Ace Cider. At the beer garden, we are now offering refreshing premium cocktails made with high-quality ingredients. You're sure to find one to your liking. Please visit us in the beer garden or our new alcohol location set up over by the tower. Enjoy! All right, got those engines revving up. Meaner Machine getting ready to get that Ford engine back in the water here as we move into our final round of qualifying in our final class that we'll be running today, the Unlimiteds. Final round of action for this first day of events here at Extreme Sports Park. If you're watching at home, the weather has held up for us on what's been a dreary afternoon, but the rain has stayed away. We did have a brief delay with the breakage of a drainage pipe. That was repaired due to the quick thinking and quick work of our officials and island hoppers, and now the green flag is up. And Meaner Machine start things off for the Unlimiteds here in the fifth and final round of qualifiers this afternoon. And Meaner Machine ends their day with a clean run. Under 50 seconds on that one, 49.581. So after DNFing in their first run this morning, Meaner Machines put together 4 consecutive clean runs. So Richard and Dave got to be feeling good. Wrapping up their afternoon. Livewire's Unlimited boat coming out for their last run now. And Livewire with a clean run there. So the official time on that one a little bit different than what's shown on the screen. 55.675 the official time there. So Livewire putting together their best run in their Unlimited boat today. And with that, one of our island hoppers is going to go check those eyes, make sure they're good. Again, that's what we've got that backup timing for, and you heard Melody tell you a little bit about what goes into the timing aspect of this sport. And since those electronic eyes were not matching up with our hand timers, they're going to go double check them, make sure they're good to go. Racing fans, Brim Tractor is proud to be a sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park and support Clallam County's local businesses. As your local Bobcat equipment dealer, we bring 5 decades of family-owned sales, service, and rental experience to Clallam County. Thanks for welcoming Brim to Port Angeles and Sequim. We're excited to be part of your team. Copycat Graphics and Signs is your premier print shop of the PNW. They are the one-stop shop for all your business advertising needs. They offer custom apparel, vehicle and vessel graphics, full vehicle wraps, graphic design, signs, A-board, banners, and more. Les Schwab stores and employees don't just sell tires and brakes. We take care of our neighbors and are part of our communities. We're committed to service in our stores and service in our communities because when our communities succeed, it's good for all of us. Central Welding Supply is proud to be a sponsor of ESP, ASB Racing, and to support the goal to take jet sprint boat racing to the pro sports arena. Central Welding Supply is a locally owned family business offering exceptional service through 27 locations in Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. There's one near you. Visit centralwelding.com. You can see in the ASB official shirt there, talking to the Island Hoppers. That's Steve, our race controller, checking in on those eyes. Just about a half dozen boats left to run, as these boats have been beating up the track a little bit today. Keep an eye on those Island Hoppers, folks. Looks like they're getting ready to throw some more stuff out for you. Got our last handful of boats coming into the launch right now. And with those handful of boats being towed in there by the Jeeps, we want to thank our Jeep teams for keeping things moving efficiently on the land side of things. Moving traffic in and out. Island Hoppers making their way back to position. And got the 556 boat in the water now. Jolly Roger, Dustin Sprigger, and Owen Zano. Looking for a clean run to wrap up their Saturday afternoon. And there's going to be a clean run for the 556 boat there. So 50.625 your official run time there. For Dustin Springer and Owen Zono in the Jolly Roger 556 boat. So they come back strong after that DNF last time. All right, here's the last Jolly Roger boat we're going to see this afternoon. 907M. Eric and Jen. So they run a Jolly Roger in the 400s and also the Unlimiteds. And there's another clean run. Let's see what the final time there for 907M is. The electronic eyes down for the day, so hand timers will compare their times. So if you had a 48.020 on your bingo card, congratulations. That is the time for 907M. Great day of racing for them in this first day of qualifiers. All clean runs. All of them around 48 seconds. Just 2 boats remaining in today's action. Once again, thank you so much for coming out and joining us, race fans. We'll be right back here tomorrow for the finale of the 2025 season. Right now, it's the 219 boat Instant Velocity going out for their final run. 2:19 with a clean run there. Eyes back up, and that time is correct. 49.538, the official time there for instant velocities, Kyle Patrick and Aaron Hansen. And how about that? 4 runs in a row they've had between that 49 and 50 mark. All right, then there was one. Just one boat left in today's qualifying action. All right, last boat of the day in the water now. Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson going to take one last crack at things to wrap things up this Saturday. Getting the wave on by the kids down by the boat launch as they'll idle on up in that iconic green Wicked boat. Flag is up. And the final run of today's qualifiers is underway. And today's action is going to end with a clean run by Wicked Racing. 47.062, your official time. That wraps up our 5th round of qualifiers here at Extreme Sports Park in Port Angeles, Washington. Thank you for coming out for day 1 of the 5th and final event of the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by Steel. We want to thank our special guests that joined us today, the Peninsula College men's soccer team, the Pirate men's team, ranked number 1 in the Northwest Athletic Conference, number 11 in the nation. Awesome having them. Thank you to our halftime entertainment, the West Coast Surf Riders and the PNW Water X Racer groups. And thank you to all of you fans for coming out and joining us. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, come back and join us. The action kicks back off 10 a.m. Just a couple of qualifiers, and then the final round of eliminations for the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series. Who is going to go home as champions this year? Find out right back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. This is the 2025 ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by Steel.